Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. We're doing art today. Welcome to the stream. Hello. How's everyone doing today? Make sure that my audio's up. Think we're working. Perhaps no errors. Wouldn't that be nice? All right. Well, I'm going to just jump right into what we're working on today. We are going to be continuing where we left, well, not quite where we left off last stream, but I was working on a bunch of interface elements, and so I didn't get around to finishing the trap skin we were working on. So hopefully we will be finishing that today, because I'd like to get that off the docket. Yeah. All right. I'm a little quiet. Okay, I'll turn that up. Oh yeah, that is actually registering quite low. Test, test, test. Hello. Weird. Normally I have to turn this down, so not sure what's up. Yeah, audio is low. Properties. That's super weird. Um, Advanced audio properties. Volume's at 100%. That's crazy. Alright, I'm going to check other sound settings. Volume mixer. Since upgrading to this new computer, I've not had, like, basically a day where it hasn't been some kind of, technical troubleshooting. Hmm. Also, Windows 11 like buries settings worse than 10 did. Um, no, that's just my volume. Oh, cool. Now my computer froze for a second. Good. Good. Um, hmm. I mean, I can try and aim the mic closer to my mouth, but like the concern about that is then you get just like, oh, there we go. Blast you with my nose breathing. Interesting. Love it. It's a good start. Good start. Okay. Make sure everything's like plugged in fully. I don't see why it couldn't be. It's USB, so Arte, yeah. My audio is better now that I put it closer to my mouth. Okay, I just don't want to like do the thing where you just get nose whistle when I'm like focused and just like, all right, I'm drawing, and then just, all right. Okay, well, I think, yeah, okay. It looks like I'm registering in the correct range for audio, so that's good. But yeah, it's super weird. Other days I've had to turn it down by like multiple decibels, so not sure why it's being this way. But let's shuffle on if this is acceptable at least. I know Dave's is like super quiet. Um, Let me just check more audio settings. Yep. Hi, Charlie. Okay. Well, nothing in those settings, I don't think. All right. Yeah, yeah. Keep everyone on high nose whistle alert. Yeah. All right. Yeah, yeah. Sorry for if anyone was wearing headphones when I was doing my nose test. Okay. Um, I think that's probably good enough. Again, like I'm not like divulging super important knowledge to the player base. I'm just hanging out rambling. So if you can't hear me, I apologize. I wish I could can tune that a little better. But you're probably not missing out on much. So let's just jump into some art, shall we? So as I mentioned, what we were doing last stream was we sketched up this design for basically a balloon inflating kind of contraption, and suddenly things have gone wrong, as it goes sometimes. Um, I saw in the Discord people are mentioning doing like eggs for the spring egg hunt, and I will. It's a little early to start that. As excited as I am to draw eggs for the event, I always enjoy those. I will try and save at least one for a stream because I do enjoy them. All right, but basically where we're at, we've kind of like blocked in a lot. I'm not 100% happy with where it is currently. Um, there's definitely like, I think it's a case of I'm not like at a state where the rendering is doing the image justice how I want it to. So I don't feel like super like I love this design, but I think it'll work once I kind of render it out more. I've redrawn that big popping balloon so many times, just because it's hard to capture that, right? Um, I've watched like slow mo videos on like balloons popping and tried to replicate what that looks like, and it just doesn't really look great when I try and make it too accurate. So I'm kind of just stylizing it and trying to make something that I think will look good. Um, so yeah, hopefully that's fine. Um, I'm thinking something that might be okay is having almost like a pressure wave. Don't know if it'll like be easy to convey it. Guess that could go here. All right. No audio. None? Should be working. Yeah, this is a skin for the birthday event, yes. Okay, I don't want to cover up the cake too much because I think that's kind of like an interesting and important feature of the image. There I am. Yeah, the sound isn't loud. I don't know what's up. I've turned the audio up as high as it goes. I don't know why it's being a butt like this. Does not make sense. Because again, I've had to turn it down before. Maybe if I like re-add the audio source or something. I just don't want people to like crank their volume and then like go to anything else and have it like blast them. Um, and normally, okay, just tweaking where the microphone's aimed, like, because I'm very good with creating plosives with my voice. Normally, I have the microphone like tilted way out of the way of my face, and it's fine. So don't know what's up. And it's not the webcam microphone because that's happened in the past. All right. Can you? Awesome. So you can hear me breathing just fine, but speaking not great. Amazing. That's exactly the mix I'm trying to give you. just trolling. Help. All right. You know, I'm going to try re-adding the audio, so just be aware if I suddenly just get excessively loud. I'm sorry. All right. How do I even do that? Audio input. Okay. I'm going to remove this audio. Can I? The heck? Love these technical difficulty streams. All right, hang on. I'm just going to go silent for a bit as I try and remove the audio source and then re-add it. Okay. I don't know that that did anything other than what it already is. We're just going to move on. All right. I don't think you should get ads while watching this stream. I don't think we're like set up to run any. If you do get them, let me know. I'm curious. But no, they shouldn't pop up on our streams. I wish I knew how to use sign language. I don't know very much. Oh, okay. So this is something that we didn't catch during testing. The journal theme for the Lunar New Year, the snake one, is actually one of the rewards on the track, as well as the trap skin for the what is it called? The dragon trap. That's a little on the kind of like easier to get side. Um, but yeah, if you might already have earned it if you've been burning candles. But it is in the reward track. It's just the icon for the reward on the reward track was set to the wrong thing. So it's like set to the Nyangao cheese rather than like trap skin. Trying to think of, I think you get the, yeah, okay, so below like 300 feet. Where is it? Yeah, it's above 200 feet. At like 250, where the floating islands are and stuff. Where there's like, it's above Medusa, like a few above on the left side. But yeah, there's that, and then earlier on the track, I believe there's the trap skin. But yeah, unfortunately, yeah, like the icons aren't kind of pointing to the more exciting pieces of loot. So, oops. But that is how you get it. You might already have it. So sound is greatly improved. Oh, all right, good, excellent. All right, I'm just going to move on. If some people are reporting it is acceptable. Oh, sorry. It's just because we were talking about that journal theme this morning about how the icon doesn't represent it. So the one that I'm currently within, and actually thank you for pointing that out because I just realized I went back to my camera mode instead of in Photoshop or Clip Studio. So this doesn't exist in game yet. We made it and didn't release it because I think it was a case of, well, I mean, we've talked about this before, but kind of like where do we want to introduce this. I've done other ones that also haven't been released, so I'm gonna add a few more to that docket, and then it's gonna be a case of like, all right, we're doing like an update to the game where it's like new journal themes or something. Just because the one other ones that are kind of sitting there, it's like I don't even know how I would want to kind of make it earnable. Um, but if we do it kind of like in a few places, it might be a little more kind of like, oh yeah, okay. Um, Instead of just one random one showing up here and there. Uh, Although now it's just kind of a meme to taunt you all, and that's fun too. Listen, I'm not gonna be dropping my mythical Dragonheart when I know other people have dropped like 8 of them in the past week or something ridiculous. So there, vindictive, I guess. Not my fault. Um, Listen, I sat in on the balancing calls and I was shaking my fist and wailing, gnashing my teeth. Um, but I am in the same boat as y'all. All right, so trying to think of like what do I want to tackle next. A good thing to do is go into grayscale mode. I've always talked about this. Kind of taking stock of the value structure of the piece. Um, what I think is important to focus on is the balloon popping is kind of like a moment. The cake is kind of like part of this story that this trap is telling, and these characters are obviously kind of like fun and important. I think the dropping of balloons into the device will be kind of important to show. So I think we can kind of like give some contrast to this, which has a lot, but those aren't the final colors. Um, I think I'll kind of like improve the read of this character, like get more kind of backlighting on it. Um, just a few other things, and just kind of like clean up the legibility of some things, like the edge of the balloon here is kind of vanishing into the backdrop. Um, and then maybe knocking some of the background a bit, and also the strut that this trap is kind of standing on. I think I want to kind of work that into something a little different. Maybe I'm not thrilled about it just being this like post. Although it could work. Uh, I kind of want to maybe include like uh, some kind of like pressure tank or something like that would be good. Gauges and stuff. Uh, Give me 2 seconds. All right. So I'm going to maybe start with, well, like the droid. I think just getting like a backlight on the character will assist in it standing out. I could also just kind of like tweak the background a lot because I'm kind of working off of the original backdrop a bit. I've kind of tweaked a few little things, um, like adjusted some colors and stuff, kind of muted it. But I also think like I want it to be just this like balloon room, so I might just kind of like fill it with even more and kind of like fade them out, make them a bit more blurry out of focus. Party droids. All right. Ah, making the balloon being popped not due to excessive air, but being popped by an intentionally naughty droid. I guess one of the concepts was the droid walking by the candles on the cake might have accidentally like caused it to burst. Um, I'm not sure if that would be clear Yeah, it'd be easier if there was like a droid with like a pin or something like that to show that. Actually, I'm gonna have this one having like balloons dropping out of the box. Okay, and that'll have like a balloon draped over the side. Have it like falling sideways. Get blue one in there. Of course, like the colors don't matter so much. We can always swap those around. Initially, when I was first creating this trap, I was just blocking it in with like fuchsias and just ridiculous colors just to get a kind of like visual of just the shapes without worrying about what kind of colors I want to make everything. I'll make that lighter blue actually. Okay, let me get like yellow on. Cool. Oh yeah, droid should have some cake stains on them. Too shiny to be in the kitchen. Yeah, like flour, and the apron should be all kind of like got like wiped kind of icing or something on it. Mm-hmm. This one's for the chrome cannon, yeah. I think the majority of people using this trap are using the chrome version, so. Oh, I see. I see what's happening. That needs to go away here. Cool. Oven mitts. Oh, I like that actually. Yeah, I like the idea of this one wearing oven mitts. Let's put that behind the cake layer. I think maybe we can do something fun on the apron too. Kind of like one of those like kiss the cook, but like for baking and droids. Whatever that would be. Give me some ideas. You're all creative and funny, right? Easy. Let's see. Trying to figure out how to like make this clearly some kind of oven mitt with how little we get to see of it. Maybe like getting like a seam down the side and like perhaps having, I don't know, the top side of it being like a red color or something. Is there like a traditional oven mitt that everyone thinks of? It looks like a weird loaf of bread. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't think this looks like an oven mitt. Maybe it needs to be like coming out to the sides of the cake. So maybe I need to bring it above the cake layer. And getting their grubby mitt hands all over this cake. Let's try that again. Yeah, it could be a tray. I was thinking that that might make more sense if there is a tray under the cake instead of it just holding a cake in the air without a plate under it. It definitely needs a tray. Yeah, crisscross stitches could work. Bakery work shoes? I've never worked in a bakery. I didn't know that you would wear special shoes for that. Did they give you +1 to baking skills? That's why you wear like steel toe boots and hard hats to like construction jobs, right? It gives you the stat boost that you need, right? Okay. I also need their little nubs. Yeah, I think all right, I'm going to look up oven mitts, but you mentioned the like crisscross pattern stitched in, and I think that that is exactly right. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Yeah, crisscross pattern. The like quilt style stitching. So I'll just do that here. I'm gonna go for more of a like red color, I think. And then give this a bit of a shading here. Yeah. That feels a little more oven mitt. Makes sense too, because these are designed to prevent you from getting burned, and so having a thick kind of layer of material to insulate you is how we achieve that. So a quilted kind of sandwich of padded material is going to insulate quite effectively. Plus, this is actually quite good for like showing the directionality of the material. And again, like we don't need to go crazy with making it look perfect or anything. I just want the viewer to kind of like get an idea of what they're looking at. That's always a rather low bar to achieve in terms of kind of like, okay, this is what the image should do. It should look like the thing I want it to look like. Yeah. Okay. It's kind of working. I'll get more like read on that because right now again it's disappearing into the backdrop, but I think I can adjust the background, and that should help things. So I think the post for the trap is maybe one of the elements that I'm not thrilled with where it's at. So maybe I should adjust that before kind of doing like the background major tweaking. And I don't know how major that tweaking is going to be anyways. Okay, what is this layer? It's one of the older balloons. Our loader droid, the trap itself. Okay, and that's the old trap, part of the old trap. Here's our backdrop area. I might get rid of some of the glow here. Okay, so this is some of the modding that I did on the background. I'm gonna remove that glow here and soften it, because I think that'll help with the contrast in some areas, like the edge of the balloon here. So if I get rid of that, better or worse? Better at the bottom, worse at the top. So I can adjust the balloon material itself, and I probably should. Maybe like darken it a bit more, but I think I'll get rid of more of that glow. Again, like I want the cake to be quite legible. Okay, and maybe bring some of that more interesting texture in for the backdrop here. I have modified kind of the shape of the trap a bit, just to kind of fit what I want in here. Something that I don't always account for is the kind of overlays that can exist in game. Um, so while you're on mobile, you have like the tap to edit trap, you have the golden shield active, like these little kind of bars that are over top. If the base you have armed is a limited edition base, you get this kind of shield over top. And then on browser, you get these auras and the limited edition shield. And where the original sketch was, uh, the loader droid was so obscured by having like any auras. And obviously, during the birthday event, where you would probably be enjoying using this, the loader droid is going to be covered up by like the birthday aura by basically anybody. Um, and then, yeah, it just got worse the more auras you had. So I decided to kind of shift things a little bit better, make it read more. I shrunk down the droids a fair amount too, because the original sketch, um, I wasn't kind of accounting for this being a larger trap where it has like the mini base layout. It was more kind of like a generic size trap, but the droids were much too large for that layout. So, yeah, little tweaks here and there. Um, let's see. I want to get more balloons in the background, I think. And so let's add more balloons in the background. Again, like I don't want to kind of like, well, yeah, let's just go. Let's add more balloons. Now the interesting thing about doing stacks of materials like this is you got to build it from like the back forward, or at least the layer order is kind of like set up that way. I can always just kind of add balloons wherever I want and then rearrange the layers in whatever order makes sense. But yeah, where you can, it's easiest to kind of add those layers in a specific order. I'm going to make that a bit brighter. Or should I do a darker color there? I think a darker color, because again, I want the cake to have the contrast to pop against. Maybe a red. Yeah. That red and green is like kind of intense. But it's fine. The balloon, I can fade that down. I can darken it. I can add shadow, etc., etc. Also, like, it might not be a bad idea to have some more of them, like, floating away. Like, is this pumping them full of helium? The ones on the floor clearly are not. So, what's the idea here? Me. What am I going for? Am I missing any balloon colors we think we should have? It's a very lumpy balloon. There are some zoom levels in Clip Studio where the pen just gets a little more crunchy. Okay, let's see. Is that still the case for the more than 7 auras active? Ah, red, green, and blue. balloons, referring to the ice, fire, and poison grubs at the draconic depths. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, we could just pare down on those colors alone. That might be more cohesive if I reduce the color range. And I could use like yellow and purple for accenting more specifically. I mean, I can try that. I like the idea behind it to kind of be like, yeah, this is where you'll be using this, right? Like going after the Draconic Depths dragons. So it's kind of fun to have it nodding to them. In which case, the icy blue is kind of what I think I want to go for then. So I'll swap these out. Make this one the red. Again, having the cake on top, with that should just kind of pop better. Now, of course, like the rest of the event, there are different colored balloons all over. So be advised. Okay, do we go for... purple? Make it orange. Nope. Orange isn't one of them. Maybe it's too limiting, you know? Green, red, and blue. Hmm. Oh, God. I think I'm going to keep the color range. I don't know. I like having more variety, I guess, for this scene. Like, I want it to feel like a ball pit like that. But I mean, I don't know, maybe. But yeah, the new idea as the droid is just pouring the grubs instead of the empty balloons into the funnel. It's pretty funny. It's what it feels like playing the area, just dumping boxes of them. All right. What am I trying to do? Okay, so I want the cake to read better. I want this popping balloon to read better. Those are my goals right now. I think I'll darken the background just overall. Overall, that should help. Because one thing that I think I could consider doing is making more of a kind of a shadow, like the dark range, the medium range, and the high light range, or the value structures. And right now I don't have a very good kind of like dark range, and I think the elements that I want to be, you know, popping are going to need, you know, the dark and the light. The midtones are kind of more pulling things together and blending it. And so the background would be an easy way to get that contrast that I want. So if the background is dark, all these lighter things like the cake, the balloon, those will definitely read much better. So if I do a brightness layer and then I just go for a dark color and I grab a soft brush and just kind of like really start pushing this back a lot, this is going to change the overall look of it. It's definitely a lot more dramatic, right? But maybe we want that. Especially like if this is a shocking moment where this is popping, I think that maybe that's actually a good kind of focus of, you know, like the balloon itself is going to be like bright um, and draw a lot of focus. Maybe get like a bit of a soft edge there. In the sketch, it kind of worked that way, where like the popping area was quite bright. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I actually like this, but we'll keep going. And like we can bring in the colors a bit better. Maybe a multiply would look nicer. Darken just kind of mutes everything a bit more. Subtract. No. Creepy. Yeah, I think multiply is maybe more comfortable. I don't think it needs to be quite that dark for some of it. Especially the trap itself is way too bright for this environment, right? I need to mute that down. I just kind of like kept some of the chrome values, but I haven't really adjusted it for this environment. So I'll tweak that. I mean, maybe if I darken the balloons that are kind of further in the backdrop, that might work. This is such a weird way to go about doing this. Okay, so those are like visible but not as overwhelming as they used to be. This might work. Again, like this is a ineffective way to be rendering this, in my opinion. But hey, this is what we do on stream. We kind of figure out weird ways to try things. Yeah. All right. So the trap now is like ridiculously blinding in this environment, right? So if I go in and I almost want to just try it without the chrome look to it. Like chrome trap skins don't need to be chrome colored. It's not a hard rule. And I was kind of messing around with it. As more like a plastic kind of design. Okay. Let's see. What do we think? Is this kind of eh? Or do we like this direction? Could try like the chrome being a little more muted, so it's more of like a metallic finish on it. And again, like I need to get the silhouette of this reading much better. Now we're in kind of like a lot of midtones that are really, battling with the backdrop, and that's not working, right? And there's a lot that I'm like, this is I've made it hard on myself by doing it this way. A lot of that kind of feeling going on with this image, but oh well. It's also like one of those times where it's like, kind of not having a great art week. It happens. You just have to accept that that's a thing and just push through, and eventually you'll figure it out. It's never stopped me in the past from kind of like being able to complete the artwork. It sometimes will kind of be a little more slow going, and I may not be as kind of like, yeah, I really like this image at the end. But that's just a part of the gig. So what do we think? All right. It's fine. I'm not like bummed or anything. It's just some days you're just like, this is a battle with the artwork as opposed to just kind of like it flowing and it's working great. It's just kind of like a complicated scene too, and that does add more difficulty and challenge. I'm gonna lower how dark that is. I think it's just a little too much maybe. And this kind of glowing ring might be a bit too intense too. So knock that down. What would be a good thing? I mean, I kind of want to darken the droid now. Another thing that I'm curious about is like how well are the bases going to read on this? Because I'm using a mini base layout, it's a little harder to test the other bases. Something we can do though. Okay, so I think I can get more contrast on the trap by like putting in more reflections. I think that overall, I think I can make it a bit darker too. Um, hmm. I mean, I almost think the backdrop should get lighter. Hello, program. Please respond. Oh, there we go. Took it a second. I'm going to do a save. Okay. If I like almost like Milky Way stars, lighten up a streak of it there. And then we could darken the balloon on the lighter backdrop here. that, darken that a bit. Let's go back to grayscale mode. Just to see what we get out of this. Like, I like that amount of contrast, right? Like, that's exciting. That could work. It might work. I'm not sure if that's very balloon feeling, especially since it's so opaque looking now. So maybe like where the material is facing us directly, we're going to be able to see through it a bit more, but also at the same time, a popping balloon, it's kind of elasticking back to its original form, where it's all kind of compressed down, so it's less transparent. Obviously, when you swell it and stretch it out, the like membrane gets thinner and thinner and thinner, so it becomes more and more transparent the more stretched it is, and also the angle that you're looking at it from. So if you're like, stretching it horizontally or like perpendicular to yourself, you can see through it better. But then if you rotate it to an extreme angle, you're not going to be able to see through it anymore because there's a lot more material you're looking through. So I think here might be a little more transparent, but as it's ripping apart, it's kind of like the walls are pulling back in like an elastic, so they get more opaque at those edges, and that will help with kind of like legibility on a lighter looking backdrop. So that I think works. Or at least I feel like it's a good enough excuse. Again, it's less about like perfect accuracy of the render and more about what looks good. I used to be much more on the case of like, no, it should be like accurate and realistic over trying to make something that just reads well, looks good. Yeah, the dark backdrop does feel a little rifty, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna have a meter here, right? I haven't actually put a needle on it, but that's the idea, is that it could be leaning on the, should it be a dial from the center? Or should it be like more that style? Words. dial in the center would be more fitting. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, the Salt King meter. Have like the post here and here that like stop the meter. And then it has exceeded the danger zone. Maybe the green zone's a bit bigger. To here, let's say. Yeah. Oh, Charlie, I gotta shift my feet. Falling asleep. Oh, you're so warm. Alright, let's make that a multiply. Cool. Alright, little meter. Ow! Thanks, Charlie. Give that a save. I mean, what does the meter indicate? That's the question. We could also have like a maybe there's a meter here where it's I don't know what these would be called. Let's see. But it's like it rides in a kind of channel, right? A bar meter? Yeah. That seems like a bar meter. A barometer? Barometer? Not actually a barometer. That's for like air pressure, I think. But a bar meter. And then it would have maybe some kind of, marking system. Like, oh no. And like, boo and great. No idea what would be on here, but that's kind of the idea of how they would work, right? Also, the ellipse probably isn't very good. Yeah, it feels a little flat. Yeah, just indicators to show us that things might be going wrong. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Could just have, again, the classic zones, right? That would work. The classic. Okay, and then oops. Multiply might have actually worked. Just trying to look like it's painted onto the surface a bit more. Go with multiply for now. All right. Oh yeah, having it like be wider at the top and thinner at the bottom isn't a bad idea as well. I'll try that. Kind of gives an idea that it's like building, right? So if it's like a pressure indicator, that kind of makes sense. What is that little streak there? Oh. Part of the chrome. Cool. All right. What next? Okay, I think I'll make the apron lighter now because the background got darkened so much. But at the same time, are we maybe gonna shift the background? Again, it's like there was a comment about it feeling kind of rift quality with the how dark it was. I don't mind it going dark and having dramatic lighting. Um, it's kind of a dramatic scene, right? Like there's a loud noise. It's so dramatic, loud noise. Um, so I'm fine with that. It does kind of look rifty. Maybe we change the colors a bit to be less cloud-like and stuff. Although a lot of the traps have kind of this cloud stuff. That is where this, in fact, came from. Is like the trap itself was using these elements in the illustration. So I'm just kind of like tweaking them. But maybe if it's a little lighter at the top. It's kind of interesting with it being a light background with like shadow stricken balloons. They're darker, um, kind of more dramatic and interesting. Hmm. I almost wonder if that's what's making it feel rifty. Another thing is I haven't like added highlights and reflections and stuff on those balloons, and I think that will actually do a lot. I think I do feel like I like the trap itself better, less just pure chrome, a little more metallic and color to it. Like this kind of blue metallic is a little more fitting, I feel. I don't know if I want to go like full hard shell plastic look. So this is probably good. Maybe I'll add more contrasting colors. Although maybe there is actually a color set I can think of that I want to use for this because of other things I've been working on. I'm kind of thinking maybe that's a palette I want to use. I'm not going to show you where it comes from, but you'll learn in a bit. You know, when the birthday is here, should be in your hands. And I'm very excited about it. Put a lot of work into this. So we'll see how that goes. I think I'm going to adjust this pipe here. Make that kind of stick into the side here instead. A little more out of the way. Is there a button / trigger on the cannon to fire it? Good question. I mean, technically the idea would be it'd be like the cheese activates it. But yeah, I haven't been putting like, you know, trigger switches and stuff in traps for a while because they're just more magic. Magic does it. That's what triggers it, you know. Or like onboard technologies or whatever, right? Like the traps are kind of, well, all over the place in terms of like, how does this work? Explain this. No. I'll have a dev write a description that explains it. As the creator of it, I have no idea. I'm sure to the chagrin of some of the developers, like, what do I do with this? But at the same time, I think it's often been an interesting challenge that our content team has been quite good at coming up with the descriptions of things, explaining away the insanity that is MouseHunt Designs. Alright. Yeah, I think I'm kind of like losing the metallic reflection on this, and I think I'm gonna just follow my gut on what wants to happen. Again, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, maybe I should swap the palette a little bit more than I have. I think I have an idea. Let's see. I'm going to try and do this without spoilering you all. Hopefully. Yeah, that might be good. Okay. Yep. All right. Don't know why I didn't think of this before. All right. Let's give this a save. Okay. Yeah, what am I cooking this time? It's off on another screen. If only I could show you all. I want to, but I don't want to. We'll see if I accidentally do. That's always a possibility with me. Okay, so yeah, I like this idea. I think this is going to be much better. Yeah. Okay, I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. It's kind of obvious now. You have no idea what I'm talking about, but that's even better. Speculate away, friends. Speculate away. I pretty much already have the color I want selected. Can I just do this? It's kind of close. Need the saturation up, though. That's a bit much. Do I go with that version or the other version? Other version might be good too. Let's try that. Hue. Not quite. Not quite right. I'll get it, don't worry. Like, I know this is the direction I need to take it in. I think I just need to paint over it. Probably want to darken it all. Yeah. Go a little more blue with it, I think. And we're going to need greeble and light. Yeah. Okay, I think we do go with the purple. This whole thing is just a mess, though. Keep that, keep that. Sure. At this point, I'm tempted to just flatten this and then work off that. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Okay, now let's get more this color. Actually, I'm going to go even more to the dark blues. Okay, it's kind of too powdery. I need it to be, yeah, like dimmed down a lot more. Like that. And then the areas of highlight. Also, I have a better idea of what I want to do with the post now. Okay. Okay. Slowly but surely I am solving this. I know it doesn't look good yet, but it'll get there. Okay, so I think I'll start with the shadow pass on it. I should do the this version as well real quick. Otherwise it's going to keep throwing me off. Let's go here, hue. That is fine. Sure. I swear this will turn into something eventually. It'll look great. Okay, I'm gonna cut that funnel off of this. Move that above. No, actually I'll move it below. Yeah, that makes more sense. I'm just going to merge this. Oh, no, I don't want to merge. Yep. Nope, I do want to merge because the dial is on a different layer. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there, folks. And by the way, today is going to be probably a bit of a, longer stream. I should have mentioned this earlier, I think, but effectively, I have most of the day to work on this, and I want to get it 95% done. I'll probably want to, review it Monday morning and see if I want to tweak it, but I want it to be, done. So we're going to do our whole, lunch break thing and come back. Okay, all right. Kind of wish I could open the other files that I have to grab swatches of those colors. I might do that off screen for a minute, but I think I'm fine. Okay, let's grab that. The bottom, I'm gonna change the shape of that later. Okay, now, now we're gonna start to add a little more interest to this. So there's a thing called Greeble in prop and model building, where it's just adding kind of random panels and pipes and stuff like that to make things look more high tech or sci-fi or whatever, right? You put Greeble on spaceships and stuff to break up a very boring kind of shape and add a little more kind of interest to it. So we're going to add some Greeble to our design here. Although there's not tons of space to do it, so see what we can do. But the original trap has a lot of Greeble going on, right? If you actually, I think I can pull up the original. See, yeah. So see how there's all these kind of bits and stuff, kind of stacked, layered up. That's effectively Greeble, right? We're just kind of creating visual interest, kind of, it could just be a blank cylinder, or it could have cool layers of shapes. So that's what's up, and we're just gonna add a bit of that interest to this. Some paneling. Yeah, this trap definitely works well with Greeble. Or hopefully it will. Again, it's kind of one of those days where things are I know where I want to take this, but it's kind of fighting me. A little easier to show the Greeble on this part because the main cannon body is a lot more obscured by things, so there's not as much room. Put that on. Okay. Now what's interesting is I want to kind of put some glowing lights, but the glowing lights are almost perfectly reminiscent of the droid eyes, and this is where I would want to put it. So I've kind of set myself up with a situation where I'm kind of blocking that design aesthetic in a way. Interesting. Okay, we've got purple. Let's get more shadow on that. Okay, now I wonder if I use Okay. We'll get there one day, guys. Promise. Okay, I like this glowing edge on this kind of material. It kind of has an interesting read to it. Let's see how this looks. Lighten up these bits and then give it the same kind of treatment. Color glow dodge, or is it add glow? I think it might be add glow. Not glow dodge. Not color dodge. Yeah, I think add glow is the one I want. Yeah, this might need a few extra little bits. So, gonna add some light strips into this. And then when you encounter this in game, you'll kind of have a better idea of what I'm going for here. I don't want it to feel too tactical. I know there's like some traps that kind of have these glowing circuit looking bits to them. And there's a bit of that going on in this aesthetic. So just be careful about going overboard on this. But this is part of the look of this. And I think it'll be fun when it's actually figured out. Maybe I can get one here. Yeah, welcome to the stream where I'm just kind of rambling to myself and like, yeah, okay, that's right, that's how to do that. You have no idea what I'm talking about. That's what we do here. Okay, so if I put that there, could maybe get another one here, and that might emulate what I'm going for. Sure, Jacob. You do that. How's everyone doing? Anyone manage to get their mythical dragon hearts with lunar candles yet? I have managed to burn through my stockpile of cheese and have not obtained it. I had to end my run to get more embers. That's starting to look a little more what I want. Can anyone get dragon hearts ever? I hear from Norm and Dave that it is technically possible. Will you ever get it? It's possible. Will I ever get it? Absolutely not. Impossible. Not a thing that I will ever really drop all of my efforts. I believe in you. Mic static, really? Is there just like crackling? What's going on? Or is that not what you were talking about? A lot of static. What in the world is happening? Is this suddenly happening? Yeah. I'm seeing it in the audio bar. Loads of crackling. Like a TV. What? Okay. Something's going wrong. BRB. Okay. I think I had a loose connection or something. It appears to be gone. Sorry about that. About 5 minutes. I'm sorry. I do need to get a better microphone. Yeah. Like we did buy this webcam for me, and its microphone is terrible. Whenever I use it, it apparently sounds like I'm inside of an aquarium. So yeah, I'd like a mic, a dedicated mic for it. I have like a professional microphone. The problem with that is it picks up everything. Like it hears everything. And like I live in a land of construction for like the past 3 4 years. Uh, right out front, there's always just like beep beep and just constant construction going on. And it would just it'd pick up like birds flying by. Like it, awesome microphone, but like you need to like be in a soundproof booth to use the thing. Um, yeah. Oh man, no. So my entire street has been bought out by like a single developer who has been tearing down all these like nice small kind of like apartment buildings that were rent controlled and useful and ripping them apart and then building 38-story condo units that no one's buying. Sick. Um, so that's where I live. Yep. All right. Well, we continue. Sorry about the audio issues we've been having today. It's but how is the progress coming along for Folklore Force finale? We are still in the kind of like prototyping and design phase because I know Norm's got a lot of stuff he's been doing with it. I can't say anything beyond that. That's all I know, really. Um, but yeah, we've been working on kind of event season. I've been super busy with one of the updates that we've been getting ready for the birthday. I'm really excited about what that's going to add. Birthday event will still be the same event, but we've kind of created a little layer that I think is going to be fun with it. So look forward to that, hopefully. Unless things go catastrophically wrong and we're like, nope, we got to delete it all. I'm excited for what it's going to bring. Um, but yeah, that's not in my hands right now. I'm excited to get to work on it. I know a bit about it, but not enough. And so, yeah, soon though. Like, basically, the moment we're out of event season, we're going to be probably getting that ball rolling. So, again, looking forward to it. But that's where that's at, as far as I know it. It's kind of, you know, next up in the docket in terms of kind of like once event season is cleared, but we're getting close to clearing it. Obviously, when we're working on content as the art team, we are not, like the week before this event comes out, kind of, just starting and finishing things. We do try and get ahead of that train track. But we can only get ahead by so much, right? Like I'm working on birthday stuff, and the birthday is going to be coming up Um, so, but you get to have an idea of kind of where we are on those dockets uh, by watching my streams because I like to stream relevant-ish stuff, you know. But a lot of the time it's like, hey, we're in this season and it'd be really fun to draw stuff for that season, but it would not be, it wouldn't make sense to draw it unless we want to sit on it for a year and then have it released in the next year's event, right? In which case we don't 100% know that, we're going to be able to make use of that because, like, what if we decide we want to change how that event works or something like that. So it's yeah, one of those things where it's just like, you know, we're working on the runway ahead of us, and hopefully the more distance we have, the better. All right, yeah, I got to be aware of like this microphone is maybe dying. I might need to get a new headset soon. All right, so I don't want to go crazy with these like greebly lights, but I think they add a lot to how good this reads. So add another here, and then we're gonna try doing a little bit of lighting on it. Cool. Actually, I don't like that. Maybe perpendicular to the other one, and just a dot. This is kind of the fun thing about like detailing an artwork is you can just kind of like, I don't like that. At least digitally, it's easy to just kind of erase and try something different. But this phase where you're just kind of like messing around with details, this is one that I enjoy a lot. Let's see, let's do a glow dodge, and we're gonna use our occlusion brush. Also, we're probably gonna save because we're doing that hanging thing as the computer thinks for a moment. Come on, computer, why are you so sad? What is your issue? Are you autosaving? You should tell me if you're autosaving. Why are you taking so long? You're way more powerful than my previous machine. There's something up. I gotta do some like deep cleaning on this thing. There's some kind of issue. I was having weird like preview issues with just like the on my desktop finder, right? Where like the image would be all weird and garbled looking. I'd never had that before. Even when I like loaded an image into another image, it would sometimes just be like broken looking. So what is it's amazing. I'm gonna wait. We'll see how this goes. So how's your day going? I think I've been putting out the vibes of my day. Um, got through all my oh, there we go. We're live again. Got through all my cheese, didn't get my heart. Um, that was expected. Not surprised. Um, it's an art day. Okay. We're going to save. See, that save happened fast. I don't know what was freezing up the computer. I switched to my occlusion brush, which is a little more of a heavy brush, but I didn't even run it. Normally it's not a thing. And like I've used some intense brushes on this computer now, and it's fine. So I don't think it's that. Okay, let's get this glow going. Is that the glow I want? Add glow. That might be more the glow I want. Yeah, I think I want add glow. Maybe a little more on the orange side. think I'm gonna pull this down a lot. I don't need to be crazy intense. But how's your day going? Yeah, that's kind of intense. Gonna knock it down. I like a little bit of the light bloom, but I don't want it to be like screaming at you, right? And I think I want it to be a little more that it's kind of making the material color around it just a little bit lit up with a different color, right? Just blending into that, adding some warmth. But like we don't need this glow like blinding looking light. I might even pull the lights down a little bit in some angles where it's like rolling away from us. Like I'm kind of feeling like maybe these lights are like in these channels, so at certain angles you get a little bit more light kind of splashing out at you, but otherwise they're just kind of cool looking. They're not like trying to, you know, light up a highway in front of you and blind things. So I'm going to knock that all down a bit. Let's knock this glow down even more again. Less is more, my friends. Going subtle with things is probably a good thing. All right, I'm going to change this panel to be a little more orange to match. Again, like as I was saying, it does kind of have that like droid eye feeling to it. And this shadow kind of doesn't work in here anymore. So I think what I'll do is do this. That's not quite it. Oh, I know what I want to do. This. Make it like inset a bit, and then we can bring our glowful color here. Put this at the top even. And I don't even need to have it clipped. Add glow. That's kind of a lot. I mean, it's a bigger light. Also, the oval is kind of getting wonky. Not respecting my ovals in this scene very well. And that's always a pet peeve of mine is like when ovals aren't kind of actually accurate. They kind of like look like a sore thumb to me sometimes. So yeah, it's this one here. How do I open that up? so we're going to go on lunch at 1 o'clock and have an hour-long lunch. So we'll come back at 2. Now hopefully I've been recording my screen on this file. I think I should be. And there might be a brief little spoiler in it. In the playback, we'll see. But I don't want to deny the playback, because I enjoy that that's a thing we can do. I'm going to knock this back. It's so bright feeling. I don't like it. Like if we look at the grayscale, it's just kind of screaming at me. Part of it is because the pipes are so dark. I designed this kind of like look to intentionally be high contrast for reasons. But for this use, I think I want to knock it back. Don't know if that's any better. This is an interesting one, folks. There's a lot of visual battling happening today. All right, we're at 12:48, so probably gonna knock back the lighting even more. Again, it's just so noisy feeling. Get rid of that one completely. See if that helps. I think that does. I can put in a different bit of greeble that doesn't need to be lit to kind of like change that. Also, this can go darker. Kind of match the other bits. All right. I think I'm content with this for now. Can do other extra detail stuff like erasing this highlight a bit to kind of like create even more detailed kind of channels and stuff. Don't know if I want this or not. going to do the same thing here. Oh, that is color dodge. Interesting. Maybe I do want to use color dodge for this. It just gets a little more variety in here. It's just, color dodge is an interesting one. It like has very unique thresholds where it starts to kind of like kick in. Kind of intense. But I like what it does with colors. Like I enjoy being able to get some really interesting metallic reflections by using it in certain ways. One of my go-tos for if I want to create a metallic sheen on something. Okay, so that's looking a little more robust and technologically interesting. The funnel itself, I'm going to just make its own color and object so it does stand out against this kind of like purple machine thing. So that's fine. Add some kind of depth to these. Okay, let's take a look in grayscale, see where we're at. So this is kind of like reading as one object with the like highlight here. This one's a bit intense still. So I'm gonna knock this back even more. And I don't want this to be like too intense. Right, these are accenting details. Now, this has like a good kind of like on the darker value range. So I might group that even lower. So taking a bit more of this out might be good. And then we just need to adjust the balloons behind so that it does read better against that. Okay, that was a faster quick save. That's good. Yeah, the values back here aren't working yet. That's fine. I don't expect them to yet. We haven't really done anything with those. Yeah, so this is going to be like a slower piece. There's a lot of stuff to balance, and it's not easy. Do we just make this like a plain looking cardboard box? Do we make it a fun packaging thing? Hmm. I wish I could you about the rebalance stuff. Like I wish I could, you know, be like, yeah, totally. But like, I don't know. I don't know. I've pushed for it, but that's not necessarily going to mean anything, right? Just know that I get it and I feel it. But yeah, I think it's the tuning on it's a bit much. I'm fine with like jackpot items, but I think like there's situations where it works and where it's kind of like a little much. Um, obviously we have like the marketplace, uh, but I think it's gonna be a challenge for a lot of people. Um, and yeah, I don't know. I don't want to like talk too much about it just because like what I speak of is kind of my own personal opinion on it, and I don't want to dissent from what we have as like how we've developed it and stuff. Um, but yeah, I've definitely warned of kind of like the experience that this can kind of like create for people, and I just it's a game. I want us all to be interested, invested, and obviously challenge is good for that. But yeah, just don't want it to be Im- impossibly draining. Okay, sorry, I'm Ramblehead. Um, just gonna ramble as I render. All right, so that's actually my lunchtime alarm to remind me I'm supposed to eat food. Sometimes I forget. I'm gonna quickly throw a little bit more of a shadow here. And then we're gonna go on lunch. I'll put up the replay if that's being recorded currently. I think it should be. I feel like I set that up on this file. And we'll go on lunch. I also have a Larry link that you will want um, once I return from lunch break. Uh, the one thing I will say about it is not 3 mythical dragon hearts. But in a way, it could be. In a way, it could be. All right, that's good enough. I'm feeling better about the aesthetic of this trap. It's not 100% where I want it yet, but that's it's starting to kind of gel, and that's the moment where it's like, okay, cool. Like now I can just go forward and not feel like I'm just kind of taking 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. All right, so I'm gonna save and change modes. Let's zoom out a bit. Fit this here, and let's take a look at where everything is here. Yeah, I don't have this one. The scene is not set up, um, but it's fine. We'll use it as is. Right. Let's get our timer up. Boop. So you know when I'll return. Hit. There we go. And yeah, let's do a little time lapse export. I did save recently, I'm pretty sure. Cool. All right. So I'll be back exactly when this finishes counting down. I guess it'll be like a moment after 2 o'clock. But all right, until then, I'll I'll be on lunch. All right, bye. there's my audio. Hello. Surprise, I'm back. Lunch is done. Hello. All right, I'm going to share a Larry Loot link. It's a good one. Boop. All right, in the chat, share it around, enjoy. And during lunch, I was reminded of a task that I want to get done. And it should be fast, so I think I'll just kind of knock it out real quick. So I don't forget. Let's see if this is the file I need. Don't think. And it's not the one with the banner. I need... let's see. Maybe that file is in a completely different folder. Sorry, I just need to update the banner on the birthday horn because it reads 16th birthday and we are coming up on the 17th. I'll try opening this template file. It might have... Okay, let's see. Those are all like Christmas looking ones. That was just a sketch. Yeah, this was all Egg Hunt. Not these. Okay. So that's not the one with the birthday horn. Do not save. Gray winter horn. Process. I'm going to rework the file layout for all this because it is not good enough. Banner base might be where I can find it. Photoshop. Hello, Photoshop. No, this is just a simple... Alright. Goodbye, Photoshop. It should be in the birthday folder, but maybe I'm just opening the wrong file. That's for the shield overlay. I mean, I could just work off the full res PNG, but I'd rather have the actual working file. This is the only clip file or PSD file in here, so, Oh, there's this one, but I don't think it's outside. Yeah, it doesn't have the banner. This is just for exporting purposes. Maybe, just maybe it's in the previous year. That could happen. Oh, I do at least have the banner without text on it. That's promising. Ish. Sorry, I'm just... okay, so no, this was for the crystal horn, but I can grab this birthday banner and use that. So I have this file. I'd prefer to figure out where I've moved the working file. I should have it in like a generic section. Maybe it's. Sorry, I'm just like navigating windows on the other screen, and this is great content. I know you guys love to tune in for this. Just kind of like Jacob rambles at a corner that you can't see. Um, I just don't want to like navigate folders on screen where there's like a whole bunch of like things that aren't released yet, right? So that's why I'm kind of like not sharing, digging around in folders. Oh man, silly me. I know better than this. Should have been looking for this earlier. I I was looking for it near the end of my lunch break, and I'm like, I think this should be the file, and then I didn't want to open it at the time, and yeah, it was not the file. Okay, I'm gonna look back in where my um, other working. Okay, so this is probably a really old file, so it's almost certainly not going to be in here. Okay, that's an older birthday one that we explored. These are the notes for Halloween. Yeah, I really gotta fix this. File is all poorly laid out. Not that one. Oh, I at least have this. Good. Okay, I can use this. Phew. All right. Huh. A lot of like birthday explore or Great Winter Hunt exploration there. Cool. Okay, so get rid of that. Cool beans. All right, so I can go into the banner base file. Just seeing what's going on with this. I'm wondering if I like tweaked this from the 15th to the 16th year. So I'm going to again go back to that file. Birthday 2024 horn. I think it's going to look pretty similar. Yep, looks similar. All right, so what I'll do is take this folder here, convert this into a layer file. Okay, cancel that. Actually, I want to get very specific dimensions for this export because that super matters. So in my background, this is the dimension that I should grab. So I'm going to put okay, that should be the same clipping mask on it. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Erase everything outside of that selection. And let's do a layer underneath. And just fill that. And now, if I grab this folder and I file object, convert to file object, use just the drawing area. Don't need to keep the original layer. Now I save this in the correct place. Events, birthday. I'm going to create a new folder for horn. Okay, and then I'll move what I need to there, and I can just find this easier. Alright, so this is the birthday horn, birthday banner, clip file. Cool. Now I can go inside of this file, open file object. Okay. Now, turn that off and update this from 15 to 17. Let's bump that over so it's a little more centered. Gonna have to clean up that reflection. Okay, and now if I do an a clipped overlay here, I can add in some depth to the text here. Make it feel a little embossed, right? Okay, almost done this. The longest portion of this was just finding the file I want. But now that I have that, I'm gonna make sure this is better organized for the future. That font isn't the best, to be perfectly honest. Not sure I want to use that same text. The 7 looks kind of to me. Let's see. Let's try a different font. This is Impact. Arial Black. New. Maybe. Gotta check out Comic Sans. Well, Impact isn't terrible. Could have bold on. I'm a little, I feel like the 7 is just a little bit too thin, so I might open that up. That's maybe better. Yeah, I feel like that sits a little bit maybe better. I'll try that. Gonna have to recreate these. All right.
better.
Pardon me. Okay, I'm gonna just add a little pass that's just darker in general. Maybe one more just for these highlights here. Sure, good enough. Classic Jacob being like, good enough, and then keeps fussing about. Okay, good enough. So I'm gonna save this. That is saved as Horn Birthday Banner in a more generic folder. Great. And I will go into Birthday 2025. New folder Horn. Export that as Banner 17th. I think full res. And then I need to export it at 101 by 41. Let's see if this works. Okay. 101 by 41. Sweet. Good. Seems legible at that size. And then I'll copy all the other goodies to that same folder just so it's organized and discoverable. Copying, copied. And then I also want to put my working files into the generic one so that those are easy to discover again. Oop. Horn. Paste. Okay. Sorry about that. That was something I needed to get done real quick, but we're good now. I think that's what I need. Again, it's one of those files where it's like, okay, I should probably, is it a little off to the right? It looks unbalanced. How do I feel working on MouseHunt artwork for 17 years now? I mean, I love it. Like, it's crazy to, realize that that is the reality of it, but it's also something that I'm so happy about and, like, lucky. Like, I really love the project and all the people I work with on it, and I'm proud of the work we've created. Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to be able to continue the journey and, like, very proud of it. I've put a lot of myself into this and continue to, so it's nice that, it allows me to, Alright, so I'm going to re-export this. Save 101. Okay. Actually, what was that exporting as? Yes. See, it should be 25. Yeah, okay, 25%. All right, we're good. Phew. Okay. And now I will export the full res version. Dun-dun. Hundo. Okay. Okay. Save. Great. All right, now I'll just duplicate or copy these over the other folder so they all have the same version. Delete that one. Good. Good. Copy. This is saved. Close. Don't want that. Don't need this. Don't need that. All right. Cool. Nearly back at it. Okay. So, Bent's birthday. Horn. Copy and replace. Done and done. Get rid of this one. Delete. Okay. Sorry about that. Sidetrack. Oh, that's an interesting idea. So if a hunter has a lucky golden shield activated, will the shield on the banner turn golden? No, we only made one version of it, and it is with the golden shield. So if you don't have the golden shield, your horn will still like display that banner as is. So that's it would be a lot of extra work to make it so that it has like the silver version. And yeah, I don't feel like that detail is super required. I never even really kind of thought of that though, but yeah, I don't think any of us did. So I don't think it's super necessary to have that tweak. There's already kind of like some interesting custom code happening for the new horn, kind of like updates, new, years old. Yeah, so it just shows that version of it when it's during birthday mode. Let me pass this file off to where it needs to go though real quick, because otherwise I will forget to do that. Get that link. Cool. Good. And there it is. Edit. Art. Upload. Open. Send that to Josh. 90%. And submit. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. That is now done. Alright, back to the trap skin. Address on the top droid. We could do that. A little like birthday princess. Could be fun. Some great frills and stuff. Let's see. I think I need to get this on, yeah, this layer up here. Okay, and then this layer here. Not sure what a good color for the middle part would be. Maybe more white. She looks like a birthday cake. They're looking so fine. All right. That's fun. I like it. I might end up tweaking colors and stuff, of course, for like balancing it near the end. But I think for now, that's a cute little get up. Okay. So they got oven mitts. They got their chef hat getting blasted away. What would be good next? We could do like branding on the box as a fun little detail. Never burst balloons or something. Oh yeah, I want to change the profile of the bottom of this trap. So let's do that real quick like. So I want to make it cylindrical like the rest of this. Actually gonna blast these and give it like a round cylindrical base. Should use my fully opaque brush for doing this. So it's similar to what it was. Before it was more of a rectangle, and now I want it to be a cylinder for reasons. Okay. These reasons will become more obvious in due time, but not on stream time. I think that's a bit wide. The base anyways. Maybe this side comes in a bit more. Trying to balance it a bit. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do what I should be doing from the get-go and use cylinders to figure this out. Hmm. Oh, almost. There we go. Okay, cool. That should work. Okay, now add a clipping mask on here. It's not totally balanced. Yeah, that's not a good ellipse. All right, let's fix this ellipse. Whoop. And then shrink by, I don't know, 25. Look how pointed that is. That's not a good ellipse. Oh, that was expand. Whoops. Shrink. At edge of canvas. Oh wait, it's because it's inverted. There we go. All right, try that again. Shrink. Yeah, I don't. That's not right. You're not doing it right. Clip Studio. All right. Try that. Yeah, same deal. Okay, well, I'll just redraw that ellipse. Cool. I think this will work. It's not perfect, but doesn't need to be perfect. All right, so then we're going to get some greeble. As one does. Been a while since I've done a full-length stream. Okay, and then in the front, I think I want something like that. Cool. All right. I don't hate it. Don't want it to get too distracting, so I'm going to bring these values closer together. Right. That should be fine. Yeah, because the balloons are going to draw a lot of attention. Totally fine with that. Thinking. Okay, I think that is reading as an object better than it has been before. So I'm glad about that. channel's not as obvious anymore. I might shift the gauge over, so there's just a little bit of a gap there. I'm going to try using a curve tool. Boom. Eh. Better. Okay. Let's see. Droid down here is still getting lost, but now that the area is more midtones, we have the trap, which is really standing out because it is very dark and everything else is like blending between high bright tones and midtones. All the focus is on the trap now. I want to draw us back to this character here. So I think I need to create more darks to kind of raise that contrast up. So we'll get more of a kind of really reflective metallic sheen on them. Also, I got to do things like the cake tray should exist, probably. Might benefit from having a cake tray under the cake. And with this, I think also having the apron be a lot darker will actually assist. So like, if I do that, right, it's gonna help draw the eye down here. And then I want the cake to really have a lot of contrast. So this bright cake with like dark backdrop behind it will help. I might also mess with the balloons at this point because they're the things running interference. You know? So might be time to start actually rendering the balloons. The ground below here is lighter. And the droid is kind of like blasted with shadow. Like right now it's standing out better, right? Because of the apron on that lighter background, so might want to do something a little more in that space. Also, I didn't really like how much haze was being applied on top of the base. It's fine to do a little bit of that, but it was kind of darkening the base a lot, a little too much. Okay, so behind the cake, I need to knock that back so the cake reads well. Right now, it's just like a whole bunch of super saturated colors, right? So all these can be knocked back. Let's see, can I do something like this? Like lose any of the hard edges and stuff on these. Can have contrast, but if there's hard edges, it becomes a little more draw your eye there. If there's lost edges, it kind of falls back a bit more. So this edge here on that red balloon, I could effectively like soften that. Just gonna knock all these back. So they're all kind of out of focus, right? Can't give it as much attention if they're out of focus. So but we can add in more of the light, and saturated color is fine. I think I still want a bit dark back here. I could have the balloon ripping being like right there. I guess one of the concepts was that the cake droid is like off to the side, and where the hole is in the cake, it's kind of hard to tell what's in front of what. Now, if you think about like, okay, the trap is on the right side of the droid here. If the droid is like walking along here, and let's actually just give it like a cast shadow so we have like a little bit more of an idea of where they are, right? And the trap is over here. You know, the balloon is off to the side of the cake, but right now the way they're stacked up, it's kind of hard to tell. So I might have some of the balloon here, this one, go in front, right, to show us how they are kind of lined up against each other. And that communicates it. I just don't want to obscure the cake too much. But now it's a little more clear, I think. Maybe I'll get a bit of a edge on the back balloon just so that it has some thickness to it. Bit of a gargantuan balloon compared to the others. So, honestly, we should have some like massive balloons in the background just to show, it's not just like one ridiculously oversized balloon that makes no sense compared to the others. It's just kind of like big balloon, little balloon party. So it could be one right here or something like that. Let's put it behind all those. Let's do big blue balloon. And a big, well, if I do a big blue balloon here, I could do like big red balloon over there. Yellow, big yellow. Too close to the cardboard box. Big purple or pink. Maybe? Nah. Yeah, the funnel is not rendered at all. It's just a flat. Um, yeah, I think there should be like leftover bits of other balloons that have popped. I think that'd be a good idea. Okay, so let's get some transparency going on this balloon. They are stretched very thin. Okay, and can even get a little bit of highlight going on. Not that we can see it where we are, covered up by the green popping one. But yeah, I think having some burst balloon bits will assist in communicating what we're looking at. All right, so let's start getting some balloons rendered. I think that actually will help. So this all okay, and then balloon. Even getting like reflections going on will be helpful. Yeah, the idea of like that white kind of edge here is almost like a pressure wave. I mean, maybe it should be pointed outward instead. Maybe that'd communicate it better. I don't think it's doing a solid job of it at the moment. Might be better without it. Let's try. Yeah, I don't know if I like any of that. I think it does look a little better with it on the inside, maybe. Hmm. Maybe if there's like duplicate this, and then it's out here. And I duplicate this mask, but then I expand the mask. Can I? Oh, need to turn that on. Alright. Expand the mask. So there's like a ripple. that might look more like it's bursting. Maybe. Does this look like it's bursting by adding this kind of energy? Maybe. Like, it's not what it would look like in real life, but if it like conveys the energy, it might be useful. Like, I feel like in I don't know, cartoons and stuff, this is how you would show wind kind of blasting, right? And if there's a bit of a visual language for it to kind of communicate that, maybe I really got to utilize that, right? Plus, I feel like when you have a balloon burst in your face, you're just automatically going to squint, so you don't even get to see what it looks like. And it happens so incredibly fast, you can't really. So, I don't know, I feel like that maybe feels like it's in the moment of bursting. We can, of course, turn this off if it doesn't look right, but it kind of maybe has something, maybe. I think more of these kind of like radial beams of energy. And I would even potentially want to put like a bit of a like warp on the image and like blur it, or like shear the image in a kind of radial manner to just kind of show like the air pressure is kind of bending the light kind of idea. So that's kind of, you know, bit of bursting energy. little note left over. It's inside, like confetti-filled balloon style. Kaboom. Okay, so that's a lot more dynamic feeling. So I think I'll keep that. I can always tweak it if we don't like it. Let's look at the values again. So I think I'm gonna balance this character to be more in this range in general. Right, kind of bring the whole character down and kind of group them in there a little more. These beads are a bit too big. Okay, so I feel like that character is reading more clearly now. Right, if we like zoom out, see that that's one kind of like collection of values, and that's one shape. Same with the trap. This burst, I think I could even bring that more into the highlights specifically, even like the back bits of the balloon. The cake, unfortunately, I think we are kind of losing that detail a bit too much. So if I have the backdrop be darker behind it, maybe that'll help. This droid's getting a little bit kind of lost in the balloons. I haven't really rendered the balloons, so that could be a factor. And the droid still needs rendering as well, especially if we have these droids in the same scene. I'm going to take a little more of the value structure from that one and bring it onto this character. I just don't want it competing with the trap too much, but the dress actually helps break that up better. So that's not bad. I do want to get balloon bits on things. So clearly these have burst before. I want to get more greeble and details kind of on the trap itself. We could do a little bit of like branding on the box of balloons. But yeah, okay, it's getting closer. This balloon is standing out. Let's see. I almost want a really big one like right at this edge to kind of obscure all of this. So a little bit translucent. It's quite a steep angle. But the nice thing of using like a blue here is I can get a little bit of reflections kind of happening on it. Do that. Been staring at this too long, my eye is watering. Okay, I don't know if that's actually very clear yet. We'll keep working on it. Get some of the yellow lights actually glowing on here. Yeah, bits of balloons. I do want to get those on things. Bits of balloons. All right. Do that on. I mean, I kind of want to have some of it on the trap, so I don't want it to be too low in the layers. This is one of the popping behind layers I'm not using. Loaded right and trap. All right, I'm gonna get balloon bits here. Balloon bits. All right, so we'll get some. Let's get some purple. Yeah, one of the earlier balloon explosion versions that I sketched up had some of this kind of like splatted around already. So it's kind of fun because I wanted to bring that back in here. And it being different colors just indicates this has happened more than once. this a save. It's been a little while. Okay, I think I mentioned kind of like brightening the popping balloon and the like the back area of it, right? Like this. Actually, just turning that off might be enough. Like it gives some legibility to those bits, but also at the same time, do I actually want that? Maybe I don't. Maybe it's somewhere in between where it almost gets lost. And only the front that is ripping is more clear. Maybe that is fine. Let's see. Hello? Oh. Accidentally clipped that layer already. Yeah, balloon funnel. That definitely is important. Do not want to forget doing that. Alright. What color should the balloon funnel be? I was thinking of making it like brass or something. Maybe. Yeah, I think words on the cardboard box would be good. Never burst balloons. Terrible branding. boom balloons or something. I don't know. Kaboom balloons. Maybe they are supposed to explode. I want them to look shocked. Yeah, droid foot kind of being a little more tapered. I don't know about sharp being the objective, but it was a little bit lumpy at the bottom compared to how we tend to draw the droid legs. Alright. I'm starting to run out of steam, so I might wrap up soon. But I think we're getting close. Okay, let's try getting this glow dodge. Okay. And I think I'm going to get some of the yellow kind of glowing lights on things. See how that goes. Hello, Eileen. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Okay, that one here. There you go, a little exclamation mark. I don't want to go too crazy with the lights, you know? Okay, and then I think do a layer on this area. Yeah, that's true. Those are all flats. Good point. Good point. That just has like a ring of light around that, maybe? Is that too much? Maybe not. Hello, George. Yeah, yeah, definitely the balloons also need lighting and shading. There's like they should all have a bit of reflections and you know something going on. So that I've yet to get to that, I would say. We'll give it a go. But yeah, I might wrap up in a little bit. Getting close to that point of the stream. Have the light coming in from behind the balloon, that might help show that it's translucent. And if I do some kind of light over here, I kind of want that reflecting on this red balloon, right? That could be a nice little detail. Autosave. Again, it's just a case where I don't want to go too cray cray on this light situation where it gets like distracting. So of what I do at, I can always kind of knock it back a bit. There we go. That might not be too bad. Mm. Yeah, yeah, pattern on the party hat too. Yeah. Last large green balloon is actually multicolored. It would be cool, but also I'm like, oh, that'd be harder to do. Like, it's maybe not too crazy to do. But yeah, I think it would just kind of make it more challenging. And I feel like I've been challenged enough with this piece that I don't need to do that to myself. Maybe? Oh, did I? Yeah. Alright, we're good. Okay. I got all confused what direction the trap is supposed to face. Because I'm silly like that. I'm like, oh no, I put the text on backwards. We're good. We're good. All right. Gonna save that. Yeah, I think I'll like add some shading to the balloons a little bit because they still definitely need it. And I think if I get that, I might be able to pull some of this into reality that I want. Also the cake. The cake, I want to put you on a tray. These are the mitts. Those are candles, which also could use a little bit of rendering. Icing, cake batter. All right, and our cake tray. So we'll just do like a nice simple silver. But the mitts are in our way, so I'm gonna hide those for now. And I might shift them as well. Right? Thanks. Glad you're liking it. Yeah, I mean, it could very well be that the balloon burst because this droid was walking by with this lit cake, and the fire from a candle like caused the balloon to pop. So I might have some of these balloons have like the wicks just kind of like being blown out or something. And that might also help with kind of conveying this energy. Actually, another good way to do that would be I'm gonna lock that so I stop selecting it. Lock that and lock that. There we go. Now I can actually select the layer I want. So if I go here and I add another layer, and then I have like the icing just kind of blasting off in this fashion, that might help communicate this shockwave just kind of bursting the cake. If anything, they'd be kind of like going this way, wouldn't they? Right, like the blur, the streak. But I like the idea of like globs of it just kind of being shot out from the cake. Even have it kind of like here. Now, how the oven mitts are going to interact, we don't know yet. But I'll bring those back in a second. I think the directionality of this should go more from the center of the balloon. Okay. They're gonna be candles, right? And like the tan part is like supposed to be the inside of the cake, like a birthday cake batter, right? So I might have to add a little more texture and kind of make it look more like a sponge kind of thing going on. All right, let's turn on these oven mitts, and I think I'm going to just shift them a little bit, see if I can kind of make them holding this cake tray a little bit better. I'll shrink them down even. This one could be back behind it more. Okay, and then if I use a clipping mask, that's not the tool I want. Okay, and then add more shadow to this. Uh, hmm. Yeah, it's been knocked over. Okay, I think let's try add glow. And then can do a bit of a kind of like spot reflection. I mean, I might just jump to a top layer and just like do little kind of reflections on everything from like one layer above a bunch of stuff. Don't know if I like this glow here. It kind of works. Maybe that just needs to do something like that. Mellow it out a bit. Okay. Her eye is just like, whoa. Don't know if I want their eyes to be just so crazy, but they seem to have some flexibility in their eye socket. Had them emoting things before. Okay, let's just quickly get some shading on these balloons. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, the glow of the eyes is definitely different. Maybe it's also just because I haven't hit the add glow. Something like this. But yeah, like, look at the scale of the one here. Just gigantic versus kind of like shocked, but like slowly registering it. Maybe, I don't know. I think I'll make the one at the top a bit smaller. It feels too large, and I do like it being like super bright and like sharp here. Let's turn that off for a second, because I think it kind of like looks more shocked, like that. So let's scale this one down. It feels ridiculous at this point. So let's grab that and just shrink it. And this. If anyone, or if anything, the one up here might be less shocked because they're kind of more aware of how big the balloon has gotten and kind of like the immediate situation. If anything, they'd probably want to be squinting with that bursting in their face. Okay, so that's a little more reasonably sized. And we'll shrink this down to... Yeah, lots of little render details that I want to get to. So like balloons back here and such. What's this? That's that little highlight. Okay, I could use this layer for doing this kind of stuff. Get some like reflections of things kind of warping on the balloon itself, right? Just in case I want to mess around with the opacity of that. I like that reflection a bit. Let's do a similar one on this balloon over here, which I'm gonna just go to the top of this. Okay, maybe get like that dial. Get like the green from this balloon. Yeah, the green and red balloon interacting is just gonna kind of counter each other. Oop, didn't mean to grab a guide. Okay. Oh, how'd I end up on that layer? Whoops. Not sure if those big balloons are super clear, but maybe they're not too bad. into the quiet focused render mode. Ooh, wrist is starting to lock up. Coming up to 4 o'clock, so I think I'm probably going to wrap here because I think I'm getting to the point where I need to do a lot of like really finicky details, and I think I want to look at that with fresh eyes to kind of tackle that. So I think I'm going to close up shop for today for this stream. But I think I'm pretty happy with where we got to with it. Not too shabby. Should I show one spoilery thing for those who have stuck around for oh so long? I think I will. I think I will. I've been wanting to. Let's see, what one should I show? Yeah, it's about all my wrist can take. I want to push it. Alright, so saving. I will return to this soon. And yeah, it'll be nice to see this with fresh eyes to really kind of figure out how I want to kind of finish off the last of the details. I feel like this is a lot better balanced than when I started. There's definitely elements that are like, I don't think that's as good as I want it. But it's definitely close. Definitely close. Okay, so happy with that. Alright, so let's see. What do I want to open? Yeah, I think this makes sense because we've kind of been looking at something similar. So let's just see a little something. Okay. Wonder what that could be. All right. And with that, I will bid you adieu. So thank you all for hanging out. I will share the Larry link um, again, just in case anyone's missed that. Copy link, paste, boom. And yeah, so it should be Dave next week. Um, and this, when you see it in game, will be even cooler and better looking. But I definitely appreciate you all hanging out and helping out, giving me ideas and pointing out things and suggestions and all that, and even just keeping me company. Always a good time for me. Yeah, no, always happy to have ideas. That's why I love doing this stream, is just kind of making things with the community. It's a really fun thing that I get to do. And again, the whole like been doing this for 17 years. I've been streaming for goodness, I don't even know how many of those years, but a lot of them. And a lot of what is in the game is thanks to you all being a part of this process. So it's awesome. But I'm gonna bring up the time lapse, and then we can kind of close out while watching this one last go around. Yeah, again, it was very fun hanging out. And nice to do a longer one. I haven't done a super long one for a while. Even though I've done longer, I don't want to push my wrist. It's starting to stiffen up. If I do that too much, I could cause issues that would be bad. You know, make it so I can't draw for a while because I have to let it heal. I don't want to do that to myself. Um, but yeah, I broke through that whole kind of like, oh, this isn't working, it's fighting me. And I got to a point where I was kind of like just rendering. That's where I got really quiet. Where it's just like, okay, cool, the art is flowing. I'm happy with it. I knew it would get there eventually. And I'd say that like there's still a lot that I'm not happy with yet. But I know that, you know, we'll figure it out. Even things like just getting like nice shading on those background balloons, having it like cast a shadow below, and having better lighting that kind of pushes it back but also grounds it in an environment, will really kind of like enhance the look of this thing. And just kind of like getting the kind of silhouettes of things cleaner, the edges kind of reading with more backlighting, perhaps, stuff like that. But yeah, it's just there's so much happening in this piece that it's just a lot of work. Um, yeah, you can see the various balloon experiments I did. Um, I was like, red looks a little bit too gory. Those kind of explodey giblets. I didn't like that. And here we can see like I did have kind of like balloon shrapnel around, so bringing that back. I think I do want to like maybe try adding a pressure tank behind the loader droid, just because the different kind of, well, the original base trap has kind of like the big cylinder in the middle and then like one down and one up in behind. So it'd be kind of replicating that a bit more. Yeah. I look forward to hanging out again in about 2 weeks' time. It's a long time lapse, eh? A lot of little brush strokes. You see nothing. Yeah. I'm still kind of like, the exploding balloon is like hard to capture, but I do think that this is kind of doing something. You know, it looks like it could be a erupting balloon. So I'm not dissatisfied with it. The cake, I still want to make that more clear though. I don't think that's as obvious as I want it. Um, Not terrible, but I think I'll be able to improve it at least. I'm like looking at it, I'm like, should the balloon, the red one below, like, should that be like being like kind of like pressed from the shockwave to show it's like kind of blasting it? Maybe. Yeah, a little bit of like black smoke coming out of the cannon because it's just like broken. Something went wrong. The engine, the motor overheated or something. Yeah, I do like the glow, but I just think that it can be a little overpowering. If I balance the values with the balloons behind, kind of like lighten those up and kind of push them back in the scene, maybe I'll bring the glow up on the trap a little bit in areas to kind of like give it some of that nice juice. Um, but that, yeah, we'll see. All right, getting there, getting there. Yeah, I think the little cast shadows from like the droid and the balloons, having the cast shadows be colored by the balloon as well will help kind of show like, ooh, it's like a translucent material, right? Um, like there's just so much potential for like going crazy with lighting in a scene like this. Um, I could very easily get kind of caught up doing lots of little finicky details that no one will ever see. So I try not to. That's also why stream helps because I'm more aware of like what I'm working on at times. Because I'm like, oh, people are sitting here watching this. So I'm not going to try and get too stuck on a little tiny, nothing detail. But at the same time, getting to see those micro details that like you don't necessarily get to appreciate in game because the assets aren't like fully zoomed in. Um, Sometimes that's nice to be able to do on stream. All right, just getting a little bit more detail. Bam, there we go. Okay, so that's gonna wrap it for me. Uh, Hope you enjoyed. I know I did. So, and again, thank you for joining me. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it's very true that like I could probably spend like a month on a single image if I really let myself. But that's not useful, right? Like drawing the individual hairs on something is like, no, don't do that. It's a terrible idea. That's like not going to add value to the image. There's like diminishing returns on level of detail. Like, and it's better to do work from like zoomed out big picture first and resolve that, and then go in, raise the level of detail, go in, raise the level of detail, and kind of like when you overdo it, it actually can look bad. Um, so I definitely have moments where I overdo it, and then doing things like kind of grouping my values and trying to create a little more harmony can actually help um, bring it back into a more comfortable place because it's I'm not trying to render a photograph of this scene. I'm trying to illustrate a artistic thing, and there's a style to it that we have. So, alas. Anyways, I really again thank you for hanging out with me. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you in about 2 weeks. So should be Dave next week. Until then, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I'll catch you later. Happy hunting, everyone. Bye for now. Bye.